Committee Room 21. Signed. 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 Committee Room 21, 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 Committee Room 21, signed. 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 Committee Room 21. 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 Sound. 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 Committee Room 21. Sound.
Now going to open in public session. Members, I'm going to advise anyone in the public gallery that they're welcome to use mobile devices and that they should be in airplane mode. All devices are to be muted and it is not permitted to take photographs or record any part of the meeting. Clerk, have we any apologies for today's meeting?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, there is a traffic incident, minor bump somewhere along the road. There's a couple of members may just be a wee bit late. Anybody attending via Zoom today?
Daniel McCross.
Daniel's going to join us.
Ask for a link.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, agenda item 2 then is declarations of interest. To remind you of your responsibility to declare any interest in the items under discussion today. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to today's business?
The matter you mentioned about in relation to the ANC bill.
100% no problem. Okay, thank you, members. Item number 3 then, chairperson's business. I refer you to the packet page 7 to correspondence from CFresh to the department dated 24th of March that the committee has been copied into regarding the proposed closed season for periwinkles in Strangford Lough. As members are aware, the SR for Shellfish Gathering Conservation Regulations Northern Ireland 2026 to prohibit periwinkle gathering in Northern Ireland intertidal zone during January to April each year was revoked on the back of this committee's scrutiny. Seafresh believes the new proposals may have serious implications to periwinkle stocks elsewhere as a result of the displacement of gatherers. Members, have you any comments at this stage? We will be dealing with the new SL1 in due course.
Chair, I agree with the sentiments though of the email with regards to what we were led to believe was going to happen from the department. So I think it does seem to be a bit rushed, given the fact that we did only have a scrutiny process a very short period of time ago. So.
Enough, yeah. Gareth?
Yeah, I'd question just the Minister on that whole piece of legislation and just from the general, consultation piece and its, I suppose, failure, if you like, to put it mildly, and asked, what cost was associated with that, and a response came back at £500, which I just think is totally unrealistic. Like, that's, you can read it as in the questions and answers section of the website.
Yeah.
But I'm just not convinced that, £500, you take the civil service and a week's wage and time and effort. I think 500 is quite.
Doesn't seem.
It seems unbelievable.
Yes, and if it is accurate, then what does that constitute?
It's bad in both senses, because if it's only £500, well, that was a waste of £500 because it didn't achieve anything other than an annulment. But I think it was more than that, which is equally concerning, because it still didn't achieve what it set out to achieve. So I'm not sure how you query that any deeper. But
do you want to do anything on that at the minute? Or are you happy to deal with it when we come to the SL1?
Happy to deal. Just want to put it on the.
It's good to get. It's good, and we have now got that foresight that we didn't have before when it came so rushed at that point. Well done, members. Thank you for that. Okay, item number 2 then, I refer you to the packet page 9 to correspondence dated the 24th of March from Stena Line and the UK Chamber of Shipping, thanking the committee for our engagement with them on the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Extension to Maritime Activities Order 2026. Any comments? Are you content to note? Thank you, members. Number 3, I refer you to the packet page 10 to correspondence from the Department regarding the publication of the 3rd Northern Ireland Climate Change Adaptation Programme, NICAP 3, which is now published on the DARE website and was laid in Assembly on the 19th of March. And NICAP 3 starts at page 12 of the pack and has been duplicated in error starting at page 1574 of your pack. Do you have any comments? You content to note at this stage? Thank you, members. Item number 4, refer you to the pack starting at page 321. For information, I would highlight that the Competition and Markets Authority has published its final report into market investigation into veterinary services for household pets. The independent inquiry group found that a lack of information to help people make informed decisions is leading to weak competition and high prices. Have you any comments you content to note? Something we can raise at a time, I'm sure, when we have the relevant people in front of us. Okay, item number 5, members, I refer you to the packet page 329 to the copy of the Agricultural Wages Amendment Order 2026, which was laid on the 23rd of March. Article 4, Section 10 of the Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1977 specifies that where the Agricultural Wages Board has fixed the minimum rate of wages, it shall give notice of the making of that order. The Agricultural Wages Board for Northern Ireland, in exercise of its powers, has given notice of its proposals and has varied the minimum rates of wages for workers employed in agriculture for time, work and set out in the schedule to this order. There is no further assembly procedure in connection with this order. Any comments? Are you content to note? Okay, members. I refer to page 340 to the recently published RAISE PFSU briefing paper, a series comprising 6 thematic papers to support Assembly scrutiny of the draft budget 26, 29 and 30. The links to the paper are provided and are available on the RAISE publication webpage. Any comments? You content to note? Thank you, members. Item number 7, I refer you to the pack page 341 to correspondence dated the 1st of April from the UFU regarding the Next Generation Forum, established to encourage greater involvement from younger members within the UFU and to support the long-term sustainability of the sector. The forum is requesting an opportunity for engagement with the committee. Have you any comments on that? And I propose an informal session to be arranged with the Next Generation Forum, and we'll look at our forward work programme to try and make sure we have that in. Okay. Right. Thank you, members. Item number 8, refer you to the pack starting on page 344 to a memo dated the 3rd of April from the Clerk to the Committee for Education regarding the General Teaching Council NI Bill, which is now in committee stage. The current bill seeks to reform the GTC, creating a new board and committee structures have requested that the committee respond with any relevant cross-cutting scrutiny points by the 1st of May. Have you any comments, or do you wish to return a nil response? Yep, happy enough, members? Nil response, yep. Thank you. Item number 9, and now I'm going to refer to an item of correspondence at page 1356 of the pack, a memo dated 31st of March from the Clerk to the Committee for Justice regarding the call for evidence for the Criminal Justice Sentencing, etc. Bill, which completed its 2nd stage on the 16th of March. The Committee has requested any response we wish to make, including a nil response, by the 7th of May. Have you any comments, or do you wish to return a nil response? And there are potentially some items of querying this, because obviously in terms of the compliance and regulations pertaining to farm inspections and what those might pertain to, not for the minor consequences but for the more significant ones possibly, or even in industry, is it worthwhile can we ask for something then in terms of a scoping for that, just to see if there is any crossover? Is that okay? Because I think it'd be remiss of us just to miss that opportunity.
Yeah, no, I can take a look at it.
Okay.
And
Morning.
come back to you.
Fine, thank you. So we'll get the time to look at that. Members, okay? Item number 10 then, as you're aware, the Minister made an oral statement in the Assembly on Tuesday regarding AFBI and associated governance matters. It can be found at page 4 of the table papers. Members received a copy of the statement by email on Tuesday. In advance of the statement, Declan and I met with the Minister on Tuesday morning in advance of him delivering that statement. I would like to invite, with the members' permission, AFBI and DAERA together to brief the committee on those plans. I would also like to request sight of the GB report in advance for members here, of it being published by DAERA. And if I have your permission to do that, then is there anything else that anybody would like to add at this stage? I think it's important that we have them here together and that we get that full transparency. Members content with that approach?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, members. Item number 11 then, a reminder for your diaries. We have previously agreed to host a joint concurrent meeting with the Committee for Infrastructure and take evidence on two bodies that fall within the committee's remit, NI Water regarding water pollution and Lough Neagh, and also from the Planning Statutory Consultation Forum on planning issues. As previously advised, the Senate has been booked for Tuesday the 21st of April at 10 AM and I will chair that meeting. That's next Tuesday, guys, so make sure that's in your diary, and I'm just going to ask the clerk to make sure that we maybe fire that out as a diary invite as well, so please be there. Members, I refer you to page 15 of the table papers. The correspondence dated the 19th of March from the Clerk to the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs EFRA Committee regarding its visits to Northern Ireland from the 13th to the 14th of May, which will include a visit to the Balmoral Show. The EFRA Committee has expressed an interest to engage with this committee. Members, the Clerk met on MS Teams with the Clerk to the EFRA Committee and with the Assembly Engagement Team, and there is a proposal that we have an informal working lunch with the EFRA Committee in the Assembly Marquee at 12 PM on Thursday the 14th. We have previously agreed we will hold our formal meeting from 10 to 11 and then an engagement event in the front of the marquee from 11 to 12, which we will discuss further next week. So, any comments, and are you content to agree that course of action at this point? There'll be a bit more detail will come forward. Thanks, members. Item number 12 then, Chair's addition from myself. So, members, we're aware of the fuel protests that have taken place in connection with fuel challenges and fertiliser. I propose that we write to the Economy Committee to see if they wish to take part in a roundtable informal discussion with us on the issue of the cost, supply and storage of fertiliser and fuel. So this isn't just the immediate pressures but the long-term pressures, and to gauge if there's anything we can do to reduce that risk and overall shock impact. So once we've discussed the issue in an informal session, we could then agree on further action. So if you're minded to work on that, I'm going to propose that either Tuesday the 28th of April or Tuesday the 5th of May. And it's an informal one, so I think that lends itself better to a inter-committee discussion. And I'm proposing we do that over lunch as well, so it's not going to impact on plenary time or question time. So either 28th or 5th of May. I would suggest going for the 28th of May or 28th of April, and then if it's not available for the other committee, then we can look at the 5th of May. Members content with that approach? I think it's good to reach out, given what's the nervousness out there, particularly the road protests. We need to be very active in the space of seeking solutions. Okay, members, agenda item 4 then, the minutes of the 19th to 26th of March. Members referred to the draft minutes of our meetings on the 19th of March, starting at page 347 of the pack. Have you any comments? Are you content with the minutes as drafted? And if so, I will sign them and they'll be published on the website. And also the draft minutes from our meeting on the 26th of March, starting at page 357. Similarly, if you're content with those, I'll sign them and they will be published on the website. Members content, thank you very much. Agenda item 5, matters arising. Item number 1, refer you to page 363 of the pack, the response from the department dated the 25th of March regarding the farm sustainability payment entitlement. We considered this at our meeting on the 13th of March and queried if application numbers to the YFP scheme have risen. What evidence shows that this has not translated into any change in the age profile of heads of holdings. The department states that data taken from the EU Integrated Farm Survey showed that in 2023 the proportion of head of holdings aged over 55 was 58%, an increase from 56% in 2013. That's a 10-year period, guys. The proportion under 45 years of age increased from 20% in 2013 to 22% in 2023, considerably lower than 30% that was recorded in 1993. These figures are the basis for the statement that the YPF and regional reserve provisions for young farmers have had little impact on the age structure of the head of holdings, despite over 3,000 applications being accepted since their introduction in 2015. Members, any comments on that at this stage? Are you content to note? I'm sure we will return to it, particularly in our the forthcoming meeting with the young farmers. Okay, members, thank you. Item number 2 then, refer to page 367 of the pack to the response from the department regarding issues raised during our dilapidation bill deliberations on the 12th of March. Do you have any comments? Are you content to note at this stage as we'll return to it during our deliberations later on this session, and the deliberations table has been updated with these responses? Thank you, members. Item number 3, referred to page 371 of the pack, the responses from the department dated the 20th of March regarding the supply of veterinary medicines and publication of veterinary prescription fulfilment outlets. Members will recall on the 5th of March we considered correspondence from an individual regarding publishing a list of pharmacies and retailers both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic which are willing to fulfil veterinary prescriptions. The responses state that DAERA cannot provide a list, however the General Pharmaceutical Council may assist, and the Veterinary Medicines Directorate publish registers of retailers, and in addition an online list of Republic of Ireland based pharmacies may be provided by the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine. Daphne, have you any comments? Are you content that we write to the individual to alert them to the other routes to this information? Thank you, members. Item number 4, in your package 375, to correspondence dated the 19th of March from Belfast City Council. Members will recall that on the 12th of March we considered correspondence regarding asbestos contamination at the former Ulster Weaver site on the Malden Merida Street in Belfast. We recognised that the issues raised pointed to potentially wider concerns about the environmental health and protection of public safety in that area. We requested an update on environmental health and enforcement measures. Belfast City Council apologised for the delay in providing a substantive response and stated it would respond by the 30th of April. However, in an update to the clerk, that was advised it would now be the 27th of April. Have you any comments? Are you content to note? Content to note. Thank you, members. Also agreed to write to the Minister and referred to page 446 to the response dated the 1st of April. The Minister states that as criminal investigation into potential breaches of the Waste and Contaminated Land Order 1997 is ongoing, is limited in what he can comment on. The Minister has provided a timeline of events of action since NIEA was first aware of the issue in 2011, including the mitigation measures taken since the 16th of May 2025 when it became aware that the asbestos waste remained on the site and that the site has been breached. The NIEA powers are limited to its statutory provisions. And after a remedial notice was issued under Article 27 of the WCLO, the landowner undertook remedial action. However, the NIEA has recently been made aware that the fencing may have been breached, and for public health reasons, NIEA, in conjunction with partner agencies, have advised that unauthorised persons should not be accessing this site. Have you any comments? You content to note. Thank you, members. Item number 6, referred to pack start on page 378. The raised paper we commissioned providing a broad overview of some of the anaerobic digestion development challenges and opportunities in Northern Ireland. If members would please note that the paper is restricted to the committee as it's not going to be published by Raise due to some of the content being commercially sensitive. Members will recall that we commissioned the paper to inform our plans for our proposed AD stakeholder event. We will consider the paper in more detail when Raise officials brief us on the 23rd of April at an informal planning session on AD after our main meeting. Regarding the AD event, given that we have a number of members unavailable on a Thursday afternoon, which is when we held our NAP event, I'm proposing a Wednesday afternoon or an early Thursday evening in June at the Stormont Hotel, the format being similar to the NAP event that we held there. The clerk has been working with engagement and there is very limited availability in Long Gallery, so that's why we're looking at alternative venues. I propose we discuss dates available in the Stormont Hotel in more detail at next week's planning session meeting, members. So if you're agreed to note the raised paper today, remember it's confidential to this committee, and then we're going to consider more detail at our planning session next week. Members content? Thank you. Item number 7, I refer to page 428 of the pack to correspondence dated the 16th of March from the Department of Economy regarding reciprocal tariffs by the United States of America. Members will recall we considered correspondence from the DFA at our meeting on the 12th of February and agreed to write to seek further clarity, new teeth required, further clarity on the reported 27% decline in the export to the US, with a particular emphasis on the agri-food sector. The response states that the HMRC regional trade statistics report that exports from NI to US decreased from 1.9 billion in the year ending quarter 3 2024 to 1.4 billion in the year ending quarter 3 2025, representing a decline of 27%. I would call that significant. The response also includes a table providing a breakdown of all NI exports to the US by sector for the year ending quarter 3 2024 and the year ending quarter 3 2025, including the value and percentage of changes for those sectors relating to agri-food, which are highlighted in yellow in the table. Do you have any comments? Are you content to note at this stage? It's worthwhile reading, guys, in terms of the short-term impact and the long-term opportunities or challenges. Okay, members, item number 8 then, referred to page 436 of the pack, the response from the department dated the 18th of March regarding an update on the Sustainable Farming Investment Scheme. Members will recall that we were briefed on the draft regulations in December and were content for them to be progressed. On the 19th of February, we agreed to request an update on the development and progression of the regulations associated with the scheme. The response states that the scheme regulations are to be under the negative resolution procedure made using powers under the Agriculture Act, Northern Ireland 1949, which requires approval by the Department of Finance. The business case development is ongoing with DAERA and will seek approval from the DOF as soon as possible. Have you any comments you content to note? Okay, thank you, members. Item number 9, referred to page 440 of the Pact of Correspondence dated 31st of March from the Department regarding an update on the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. We considered a written briefing on the consultation responses and analysis on the 19th of February. The Department advises that work has been ongoing drafting the bill, and as the intention is to introduce it to the Assembly prior to some recess, officials are prioritising policy areas. One such area is the aquaculture policy to remove fish culture licences. The Department now intends to define aquaculture clearly within the bill and rename the licence as an aquaculture licence with a commitment to produce an aquaculture policy statement. As a result, an amendment has now been made to the departmental response to comments made in the consultation relating to aquaculture policy at Annex A. If you have any comments, you can tend to note. Okay, thank you, members. Item number 10, referred to page 444 of the pack, the correspondence dated 27th of March from the Department regarding this.
Apologies.
Do you want to go back to that one, John?
Yeah,
Yep.
apologies. I was still reading there and I realised you moved on. I'm dealing with a number of issues currently around aquaculture, and I'm going to request, I'm quite happy that this is informal. Obviously, it could be noted to members. It doesn't need to be a proper submission. But I'm keen to know if that removal of the aquaculture licence is still the position. I think that may have changed, and I think it would be in the interest of members to be updated if there have been any changes on intentions around that. There may not be, but people in the sector seem to think that there might be a change to that, and I think we should just have it clarified.
Absolutely. I think that, yes, an explanation around that is absolutely fair, John. Yep. Happy enough, Clerk? Okay. All right, members, item number 10 then. Page 444 of the pack, correspondence dated 27th of March from the Department regarding the Assembly debate of the draft Climate Change Just Transition Commission regulations. On 12th of March, we agreed that the draft regulations could proceed to the NI Assembly for debate, and the Department advises there has been no changes to the policy content since we considered the SL1 and is now on the order paper for Monday, the 27th of April. Do you have any comments? Content to note. Okay, members, I refer to page 451 to correspondence dated 2nd of April from the Department regarding an update on the SI, the Employment Rights Act, Enforcement Consequential Amendments Regulations 2026, which amends 2 Northern Ireland SRs, the Gangmaster Repeal Regulations Northern Ireland 2026, and the Gangmasters Licence and Exclusion Regulations Northern Ireland 2014. The Department has confirmed that the legislation came into force on the 7th of April. Any comments? Content to note. Okay. Agenda item 6 then, members, is the areas of natural constraint payments bill. So members are referred to the pack at page 454 to correspondence from the bill office regarding the areas of natural constraint payments bill. As members are aware, the committee stage started on Tuesday 24th of March, and the last day of committee stage was to be the 19th of May 2026 unless the committee seek and is granted an extension. I refer to table papers at page 17 to the motion to extend the committee stage to the 11th of December. Although this seems like a long extension, the clerk has discussed this with the bill office, and we must bear in mind that we may only be completing our call for evidence just prior to the summer recess, and also may have additional members' bills and further executive bills to consider. Does anybody want to make any comment on that, or are there any issues? Declan?
Well, I can see the logic if the committee stage ends on the 19th of May. I can see the logic of not having proper scrutiny ahead of that, so it's okay.
You can add any other comments on it?
The comment I was going to make was it long enough, given the fact that we may have other bills coming through from the department as well, which will obviously take up a huge amount of time, and whether we would be better leaving it until after Christmas recess, just to give a little bit of space.
Well,
that doesn't mean we have to.
11th of December is only just that's a fair enough point, because 11th of December is we'll get one session at it, and then one further session at it, and then we'll be into recess again.
Well, that's the recess period that week, and if you allowed it to the beginning of December at least, or January at least, it would allow a little bit of latitude for staff as well. But we obviously don't need to use the whole period anyway.
That's a good point.
But it was only a point that I'm making from an administrative aspect.
And that need to be quite specific. This isn't about delaying that. If with this capacity to bring it on at pace, we'll bring it on at pace, and you'll have a seat at the table, obviously, in that regard. Yeah.
Making sure we do.
So this is just to build in a little bit of flexibility for the committee based on whatever else comes through, and if it can be done in advance of that, we'll do it in advance. But this is to give us the flexibility, so it's just the permission to do it. So are we then looking at the first week post January, just
like
in terms of that?
second week, maybe just
Second
to
week. Yeah. I meant the first week back.
Maybe the week after.
Okay.
Well, it can still be done with by
It can
11th.
be done before the 11th, absolutely. Yeah. Content with that, members? Yeah.
We can do it at whatever speed it needs to be done.
Yes.
At. If it's done by October,
If it's done by then,
if it's
yeah.
done by October, if it's done
Yeah.
by,
Okay.
yeah, so we'll change the date to
Lovely.
reflect that. It would be the Friday of that week then. We would change the date to allow
Yeah.
committee to maybe look at a final report on that day if necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, members. Thank you. Okay. Okay, refer to page 455 of the pack to correspondence from the RSPB dated the 16th of March providing its views on the bill. The RSPB state that it is important to consider how ANC payments should support environmental outcomes and contribute to the sustainability of ANC farms and to nature recovery. That was certainly the position that I was maintaining, that there needs to be some other element of public good perhaps in it, but in terms of the intent it was solid for us. Any other comments on that at this stage, members? No. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 7 then is the Dilapidation Bill, all evidence session from Northern Ireland Local Government Association, NILGA and Building Control NI. To refer you to the BCNI summary of meetings with the Department on the 24th of February, 2nd of March, and 2nd of March starting at page 457 of the pack. At our meeting on the 19th of March, we considered the summary of the meetings and agreed to invite NILGA and Building Control NI back to brief the committee on any outstanding issues. So these are the outstanding issues we're looking at, guys. It's not necessarily a full revision. Again, it's page 457 of your pack, I think it starts, isn't that right? Okay, members, then I believe we have today with us Councillor Matt Garrett, Vice President of NILGA, Alison Allen, Chief Executive of NILGA, Tom Lavery, Chair of Building Control Northern Ireland, Armagh City Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council, and Ian Harper, Building Control Manager, Belfast City Council. Am I correct? Excellent, excellent. Okay, thank you very much for coming back at this critical point in the scrutiny of this bill. So, would you like to, is there a bit of any sort of a presentation or update that you'd like to give, and then we'll maybe take some questions from the members. Thank you very much.
No problem, Chair, and thank you very much, and members of the committee. Thanks for inviting NILGA and Building Control colleagues back today. As you've already alluded, I'm Councillor Matt Garrett. I'm the Vice President of NILGA, and I'm joined by colleagues from NILGA and technical officers from Building Control who'll take you through the clause-by-clause issues and the practical implications for councils and communities. Can I first of all pass on apologies from the NILGA President, which is Councillor Billy Webb. He planned to be here, but unfortunately he's unwell, so he wasn't able to make it. If I could start off, I suppose, by saying that we recognise that we were before you on the 22nd of January and we set out local government's broad support and the intent for this bill, but we also outlined our serious concerns about deliverability, public expectation, resourcing, cost recovery and the balance between public interest and private rights. At that evidence session, members of the committee were clear in our view that councils are the implementers and the main delivery partners in terms of this legislation. The committee's expectation was that their officials would engage urgently with local government to work through the issues raised before the committee moved into a clause-by-clause scrutiny. Since January, local government has done exactly what was asked. NILGA councils and professional officers have engaged constructively with DERA officials to try and resolve concerns and strengthen the bill. We have participated in follow-up discussions and provided detailed feedback through joint sector submissions and officer engagement. However, despite that engagement, the core concerns remain unresolved and nothing substantive has been presented by the department that would remove the delivery risks that councils have highlighted. As such, we then wrote to the Minister requesting a meeting to try and resolve these issues. Due to the tight time frames associated with the bill, the Minister proposed a meeting with the Permanent Secretary and senior officials. This took place last Thursday, the 9th of April. At that meeting, local government repeated again, as it's consistently done for months, the issues that need to be resolved within the bill. These targeted amendments are to ensure it is operationally deliverable and does not expose councils to serious legal and financial risk, while what we want to do is ensure that we preserve the integrity of the bill's policy intent. Whilst the meeting with DERA officials was constructive in tone and the lines of communication remain open, the core issues with the bill as written are not resolved as we are with you today. Additionally, the Department has helpfully shared draft amendments to the bill currently under their consideration. but none of those draft amendments address the substantive issues being raised by local government. DAERA officials continue to place a huge focus on addressing these issues in any statutory guidance, but local government would like to place on record that while statutory guidance is important, it cannot correct defects or gaps in primary legislation. This point was raised explicitly during the meeting with the Permanent Secretary, but it's not fully reflected in the official minutes. Council's concern is that if ambiguous thresholds, undefined terms and enforcement gaps remain on the face of the bill, courts will interpret the primary statute rather than the guidance, and this will expose councils to legal challenge and enforcement paralysis. This concern is born out of extensive case law, not just in the area of dilapidation, but across all regulatory functions. Additionally, the discussions with the Permanent Secretary and senior officials reinforce local government's view that the outstanding issues are not matters of guidance, implementation, detail or local discretion, but they are structural issues that go to the core workability of the bill, including cost recovery, emergency powers, appeal suspension and dealing with unknown owners. We haven't came here today, members, to repeat the discussions that we had in January just for the sake of it. We're here primarily to help the committee with what it asked for, a clear account of what still needs to be fixed to ensure this bill can deliver in practice. Local government continues to support the ambition of the Dilapidation Bill. We want modern powers to tackle neglected, dilapidated and dangerous buildings and sites, because we see the impact daily on town centres, on community pride, on footfall, investment, and in some cases public safety. But a bill can be well intentioned and still fail in delivery if the detail creates uncertainty, cost exposure or delay. And just a wee word on comparators. Much emphasis is being put on comparison with England's Section 215 powers. And while this is helpful as a basis, other relevant legislation in Scotland and Ireland provide useful suggestions around how to embed clear statutory thresholds in legislation and how to enable urgent action whilst protecting public bodies through clear cost recovery rules. England operates within different funding assumptions, particularly the new burdens doctrine, which ensures councils receive full central government funding for any initiatives. English councils have also regeneration powers and significant associated regeneration funding. Councils here do not have any of those enabling conditions. Additionally, we understand from department officials that no engagement has taken place with local government in those jurisdictions to understand if there are any challenges or difficulties with their current legislation and how these can be addressed. And I suppose finally, local government believes that the issues with wording and clarity in the primary legislation can be worked out if time and attention is given to them. Drafting a bill is legally very different as a legal professional task than ensuring that a bill can be legally delivered in an operational environment and defended ultimately within the court setting. We've made multiple requests that the most effective way through this is to have the bill's draftsperson and local government solicitors and enforcement officers in the same room to work through the right wording. However, what we've been advised is that this isn't usual practice. And I suppose just to finish, Chair, our message today is simple as it was back in January. We absolutely support the intent of the bill, but we need a bill that is clear, that is workable and is financially sustainable for all councils. Otherwise it won't deliver. And if you don't mind, I'll hand you over now to Alison Allen, who is the NILGA Chief Executive, and she can provide some clarification on the engagement timeline, and then we'll move to the remaining detail with our building control colleagues. So, Alison.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett, and thank you to the committee for giving us the opportunity to speak again on these matters. With your indulgence, we'll take a few moments just to clarify some issues around engagement and timelines. We think it's important just around correcting the record from our perspective as we see it. There was engagement between councils and DAERA between 2012 and 2016 around the need for a new enforcement bill, and councils were very clearly supportive of more modern legislation. But even at that stage, the need was clear, including in writing, for funding, resources and detailed engagement to highlight what should end up being workable legislation. And we were very happy through our enforcement officers to be involved in that. Between 2016 and 2024, there was no engagement between DAERA and councils in respect of this matter, whilst it is acknowledged that the Assembly was down for a period of that time and no minister was in place. On the 9th of May 2024, DAERA wrote to Solus seeking confirmation that council still supported the preferred option. Solus confirmed in principle, explicitly caveated by the need for proper engagement, clarity on operational issues, funding support, workable cost recovery mechanisms and full sight of the legislation, again in writing. In June 25, the bill was formally introduced and the public consultation commenced quickly after that and ran to October 25. And in November 25, NILGA, Solus and Building Control Northern Ireland submitted consistent written concerns on the draft bill and statutory guidance, consistent with previous points highlighted. You'll recall, 22nd of January, we provided evidence to this committee, and officers here have given significant time to engagement with DAERA officials with the view to trying to resolve any outstanding difficulties. But unfortunately, we are here again today, despite an additional meeting last week with the Perm Secretary to say that unfortunately those issues have not been resolved. We think the timeline is important to show you that we have been consistently supportive of the intent of the bill. That is not the issue. We want to replace outdated dilapidation and dangerous structures legislation, but we want to show you that we have been clear for over a period of years in writing that our support has always been in principle and conditional on addressing our serious concerns about its workability in its current drafting. We think it's also important, therefore, to state that it is not accurate to characterise the bill that is in front of you as it is at the moment, that one that was asked for by local government. We asked for workable, good quality legislation. In the form it is now, our officers will explain to you in a few moments, there are serious concerns about whether it will deliver on the Minister's intent. That's what we're all here to ensure. It's also clear, we must clarify, we would not say this bill has been co-designed by local government. And our request to you today is to support us in our request for a practical clause-by-clause process that results in amendments to the primary legislation where needed, rather than a proposal from departmental officials very heavily for reliance on statutory guidance for the reasons that we've already outlined and reasons that our officers will cover later. This process will deliver the best results. It includes, if we include, as we have requested of the department, the need for the relevant legal professionals to be in the room together. And we think that's the best result. And our officers advise this won't take much time to fix these issues. We just can't seem to get the right people in the room. So members of the committee, if you're content, we have the experts in the room who will take you through some of the specific issues and talk to you about why they're issues, why they remain risks, and if they were corrected in the primary legislation, how we can all collectively ensure the intent of the bill is delivered upon. So who's going to go first? Go ahead, Tom. You three crack on. Yeah, go for it.
I appreciate, members, that time is precious. There are 32 items in the bill, so we don't want to take you through each and every one of them. Our main concerns would be with there are gaps, there are procedural problems, there are risks, particularly relating to the emergency actions, the cost recovery and the appeals. And if members wish, I can take you through an example, or I'm happy to take questions if members wish.
It'd be useful if you could take us through a number of examples, but have you a paper that you can share with the committee which gives them in explicit detail? What we would say is that one of the good pieces of work that this committee has embarked on is getting the department to align with us in terms of what existing legislation is just being transferred across, what's being reworded, which they would suggest doesn't make a significant change. And then we're trying to identify then those cost implications probably and limitations. So we're looking at the explicit changes, but we recognise that a lot of this is just tidying up on what you guys want and what we want, which is legislation, which is like in a single document, but also to really identify cleanly the specific changes. So if you want to give us an example, Tom, but also do you have a document you could then share with us? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, by way of an example, if we take a live example for an emergency action, which is something that's seriously detrimental risk to the public, the emergency powers, the emergency action legislation is there to deal with that, but there's also the infrastructure legislation in the background. If you, as a professional officer, I would never contemplate using the emergency powers as they stand at the moment, because there's too much risk for council, and I'll explain why. First of all, you have two different clauses and two different actions, two different notices served at two different times. That adds to confusion as to which one is being appealed, if it's going to be appealed. You also, if you don't know the owner, a lot of these call-outs will be, as members will know, these are over weekends. It may not be available to identify the owner at that time, or take several days to identify the owner, if they can be identified at all. So all of this is sort of in the background, and I'm thinking of the appeal process and the court action later on. If we go down the road, if we take action, and because it's seriously detrimental, it's going to cause a danger life, for example, and council will rightly take action because we can't identify the owner at that time, then we have to follow that up with a follow-up notice within 7 days of after taking that action as well. We also have the problem that if you've got, when it goes to, if an appeal comes out, if out of the woodwork the owner does come forward, and if the owner has read this and read this properly, the owner can quite literally use this legislation so that councils will end up picking up the costs and be sued for compensation. That's the way it's written at the moment, unfortunately. Because when you go to court, the court will say, did you follow the legislation? Yes, with all the intention to follow the legislation. The problem is that the reality is that we could not find the owner at the time, so we couldn't tick that box. We had our own engineers assessing, saying this is danger of falling. It could be the argument that the owner from could come forward with their engineering saying, actually, I don't agree with that, and members will be aware that there are disagreements between owners, engineers and council engineers, generally regarding list of buildings, etc. Usually where we know we have several cases where the owners want the building taken down, and because it's a conservation area, council's engineers are trying to preserve the building and said, no, this doesn't need taken down. That causes debate. When it goes to appeal, when it goes to court, the courts will look at it that can take several weeks. I think I maybe explained the last time, all those debates take several weeks. If the owner can't be found, etc., if there's debate between solicitors, if there's contractual, if there's problems actually getting access. I mean, if this building's so dangerous that it takes a week, 2 weeks to actually get access, or if there's asbestos in the building, all sorts of things that can delay actually action being taken until such times, or follow-up action. You could have immediate action and then follow-up action. If the follow-up action is delayed by several weeks for reasonable, rational reasons, the courts will look at the legislation, and the way the legislation is written at the minute is in appeals. If it would be reasonable, one view is that how immediate was this action? In council's initial view, it was immediate there and then because there's a danger to the general public immediately. But because of delays that council could not foresee, and the use of this argument for delays between engineers, etc., if it prolongs, the court could take the view that we're here 6 weeks and the building's still being propped. Did you use the right legislation? If the court, the way it's written currently, the court can take the view that if the emergency action wasn't the right legislation and you could have used the dangerous structures legislation, which ultimately would provide the same end result, then councils are liable. Councils have used, and it's written in the legislation, that councils have used the wrong legislation, have used the wrong powers, and councils are liable to costs, and councils can be sued. So, following on from that, as I say, that puts us in a very precarious position, and that's why, as it sits at the minute, as an officer who's been charged with actually using this legislation, I would not be using it. It just is too risky for councils. There's also the whole idea of cost recovery, about what's reasonable and all the rest of it. There's other situations regarding cost recovery when you go into, and members will be aware, town centre sites. if you can take away, if you've got a building that's dangerous, you can either prop it up or you can take away the front facade and you prop up the rest of the building. You expose an empty site. You have to actually fence that off to keep it from trespass, from antisocial behaviour, etc. Cost recovery at the moment says that once the danger is actually removed, councils cannot, it specifically says councils cannot charge for fencing or security of that site.
Can I stop you, if you don't mind? I just want to ask a wee question on that, because my office is on a street where that is the case, where it has been. There's been structures in place for years. So where's the liability at the moment? For instance, using Lisburn Castlereagh Council, where's the liability for the legislation that they have used, which this legislation would then change?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The current liability is under the danger structure. The current legislation,
okay.
Danger structure legislation, which is 1800s. It's
Sorry?
It's in the 1800s. It's 1854, or there's 1903. Depends which legislation. There's two various legislations out there. I'm not sure which one your council has used, but at this point in time, all we can do is put a charge on it.
Okay.
And hope if that's one element, that we put a charge on that property. If that property is sold off, then council has a claim on that. This legislation specifically says that if the danger has gone, i.e. the front wall the front facade that was going to fall out has gone, then we cannot charge for the fencing or the security of it. So that's the sort of elements. It's not things that are insurmountable. As I say, the intent of this legislation is absolutely, it's welcomed. It's the actual down to the detailed writing of it, and taking the writing of it without actually having the experience of how these things work in reality seems to be the problem. It may well read okay. I mean, and I say going through clause by clause, it may well read perfectly well intended. It's the unexpected outcomes of actually a real life scenario when you deal not just with one clause that's in front of you, but the cost recovery clause, the appeal clause. It's bringing it all into the realms, and the more we read through it and the more we align them with real life scenarios, it causes us more and more concern that they're not insurmountable. But we need to sit down with the legislators in the room and go, this is not quite working right because here's why, and here's an option of how to actually change the wording to make it work successfully.
And has NILGA, working with in conjunction with building control, got like a working paper on a clause by clause basis for those issues and problems? I know we've talked them through a number of times, and this is a good one because we've kind of been working in that space ourselves too, and it's good to have the officials in the back there they're able to hear, and they'll be able to respond later when we raise those issues with them. Have you guys got a working paper at the moment which is live? Would list those issues to maybe be able to assist the committee?
We do have a paper which highlights the issues and what needs corrected. Yeah. We can reference the correct clauses. I think the difficulty is that we do not have access to build drafts people. That's not expertise that exists within local government, and it's a particular skill set. And I think the best way to resolve this is to have both legal professionals in the room at the same time.
Well, what you could do is you could lean on us a little bit. Not in that regard. If the arguments made in the committee are minded that it's useful, then we would have access obviously through our bill officials here and stuff, because that's the parts that we will have. Is if their amendments are required, then we can try and fashion those. If the case is made, obviously, and the committee's agreed, so we could certainly put ourselves in that position, and that's the use of this committee then. There's a question I wanted to ask, if you didn't mind, in regard to the statutory guidance and the usefulness of the statutory guidance and how you'd like to see that referenced, either on the face of the bill or not, and how important that is. I think I did read in your report that the statutory guidance, there was concerns with that, maybe in and around the definitions and stuff. Could you give us a wee bit on that?
Let the officers pick up chair just on around the detail of the statutory guidance, but the core point goes to the fact that not just in the space of dilapidation, the case law which councils, regulators and councils across all fields state that statutory guidance does not fix where there are anomalies, contradictions or indeed gaps in primary legislation. So we could give you hundreds of examples probably from across the councils where councils have found themselves in court in this space, and the issue is that whenever there is no anchor in the primary legislation, the guidance just simply becomes guidance. It has no weight whatsoever. That is the core issue for us, because officials are placing a huge emphasis on addressing many of the concerns. So the lines of communication are open and they're constructive. They feel strongly that those issues should be addressed in guidance. We're saying no, that can't be the case because it leaves us wide open. So I know there are issues with the guidance as well, aren't there?
You've got the Grim Reaper approach today.
This is my printed version of the statutory guidance, and I don't know what you can see from there, but I have more red and yellow and all the rest of it.
The flow chart at the end, I think that's a good visual example. Yeah.
Yes, that sort of sums it up. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
It's not workable. It goes around in circles. Whenever you take a real life example and you try to fit it in there, how it would work out, and you're going, what is going on here? You'll see I have more questions as to why it's going there, why it's going around in circles. Mm-hmm. And as I say, and I appreciate that if you take legislation and if you're just writing legislation without actually having the background knowledge of how this actually works in reality and what the implications are in reality of real life examples, that's where it goes wrong. And as I say, that's my own copy, and that kind of sums it up, that this is not workable. It's fixable, and we would like to sit down with legislators and actually work through it how it is fixable. But I say the concern that this is actually emphasised more, that the legislation is not written correctly in the first place. It has gaps, and those gaps we know about those gaps because we are familiar with how this works in reality and real life cases. And I appreciate that the officials wouldn't have that background information, so I sympathise with that. But we would like to sit down and work through some real life samples and go how this actually fit.
I'm just going to ask this. I hope this makes sense when I put this question to you. So when we move into the next stage of the debate in the chamber, the Assembly have the power to remove clauses completely. It also has the power to suggest other, additional amendments to the clauses and stuff. And you've alluded to the fact that there's legislation, there's maybe two pieces of legislation which do the same thing. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's not beautiful. That it's old might be fine because it's worked. Okay, so have you got any preference in that? And we're open to that. So when we're on the floor of the chamber, we can do, you can remove a clause, you can amend a clause, and you can take a preference on a piece of legislation that exists. Because we recognise, I think, in this committee that a lot of this is tied in and legislation to make something very lean and efficient, which everybody has that ambition to do. But I do recognise, we recognise as a committee some of these pressures, but it's just to make you aware of that's what we can do here too. So just because the department bring forward this suite of legislation, you don't have to amend it all. If you want to, if it's debated out and you want to remove a clause, that can also be the case. Now eventually you don't want to remove or adjust that many clauses. It makes the whole thing a pointless exercise, and this isn't a pointless exercise. This could be a very, very useful bill. So just to make you aware of that. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's focus on the danger structures.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
The danger structures was an example of the two pieces where there is existing legislation where the judge might determine that. And the other thing we've been trying to get with the department is any legislation that will be revoked because of this new bill. Very clearly defined that there's nothing just sitting in the ether. Are you aware of anything in that space that you would like to be determined?
I was going to say, if I pick up, for example, owner unknown, we have a particular process. I think I mentioned this maybe last time around finding owners. We're dealing with situations where there's no owner that's known. So through the Belfast Improvement Act and the Corporation Act, which are both going to be repealed, or as part of this, we've got a process where we can go to court and get a court order that allows us to take action on the particular building. There's a various to do that. There's ongoing difficulties with that in terms of cost recovery if you haven't found the owner and all the rest of it, and owners being out of the country or insolvency. There's a whole range of issues around ownership, and we struggle then to cover the money. But obviously if there's a danger, you want to be taking action on that building. The difficulty, I suppose, is if you revoke those and there's nothing in this that actually covers owners unknown, then that's a gap for me. Now there's talk through the Interpretation Act, how we could use the Interpretation Act to then serve notice by fixing on a building, and that there may be practical things. But what we found is during the conversations, it was good to have those conversations, we talked it through, but we felt there were still gaps there, and it wasn't explicit within the legislation, which is where we need to be, because dealing with owner unknown situations is absolutely crucial, because given the state of land registry and then the properties that aren't registered and owners that aren't available, we still need to take action. But that's a difficult one. So those two bits of legislation will be gone and we'll be left with what's in the bill, and I don't believe it does the same. On top of that, there's powers within the Pollution Control Order, Article 72, to serve notice on people who might know who the owner is, might know who the interested party is. And we've used that with success in Belfast. That will be removed as well. And we don't believe that the powers that are within the bill are of the same standard. They don't go as wide. You can't serve a notice on as wide. You want solicitors, you want a whole range of people to ask them and force them to tell you who the owner is so we can then take the action. But we don't believe that the new bill covers that the same way.
Okay, that's good, because we've been trying to tease that out with the officials. That's one of the...
Can you read that out,
yeah.
please?
Okay, so members, officials also confirmed in writing on the 31st of March that they agreed to draft in a proposed amendment to Clause 16 to broaden the wording to replicate that of Article 72 of the Pollution Control Government Northern Ireland Order 1978, so that councils can obtain information from anyone in relation to a property. So that I know you probably hear that for the first time. Hopefully it makes sense, but what it's indicative of is the fact that we are live at the moment, as in the whole process, so people are listening. What I'm going to also say is I've suggested that a piece of information that you could give us, but we will write to you at the end of this, because we'll be having another session with the officials with their own bill clerks to help you guys in regards to what might be useful for us to see, that you get work that you have evidently done, and help us expedite our piece of work. But we'll write to you so that it's quite obvious what that is, if that's okay. Members, I'm going to move to questions now, if that's okay. Declan, have you anything there for us?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for wide-ranging briefing and for coming back up again as well. I suppose what I'm picking up is that the engagements that you've had with the department so far haven't sort of, whilst you have NILGA is expressing support for the bill, with obviously with the issues you highlighted, but the meetings with the department were constructive, but they still haven't addressed the key issues. Is that right?
Right. The tone and the lines of communication are open, but the core issues remain, and we are saying that because we want the bill to be deliverable.
Yes.
So you have officials here from the two largest councils in the region in terms of resources and access to expertise. Those officials have highlighted to you already there would be circumstances if the bill was passed as it is written, they just wouldn't use it because it exposes their councils to far too much financial and legal risk. And we think that's probably not the position either the Minister, the Department or yourselves want it to be in. So yes, the lines of communication remain open, the relationships are not strained or difficult, but we are still not resolved many months on. And you again go back to the point between the gap. I think Councillor Garrett referenced the gap in legal expertise and understanding to draft a bill to meet the ministerial intent versus expertise and knowledge of actually how this is delivered in practice, including when you have to defend it in court and stand over your actions. As you know, these kind of things quite often do. We just need to close the gap a little bit. And we know the Minister is very supportive of that engagement. We just haven't got there yet. And I think we continue to talk to the Department about changes. Lines of communication will remain open. I think we've probably reached a point where we need your support in relation to potential amendments and changes. And if you can give us access through your access to the drafts people, we think we're talking about a few days here. We think we can resolve the majority of the issues. Is that correct? If we get the right people in the
just
room.
to be clear for the word here, but don't give you access to the draft people, but if we agree as a committee in terms of a draft or amendment and stuff, that's what you can do, so you can feed the committee and then the committee can take a position on it. So you guys are the witnesses giving us that expert advice, which is brilliant because you guys are applying this legislation, so there's no better advice that we can get in this space. So if you can give us the readout and that, then we'll debate it, and then we'll deal with the bill drafters.
We agree, because that's the most straightforward way of doing it.
Yeah. And Dara taking forward suggested amendments is better.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Declan, anything else?
No, that was it. I think it would be, you've touched on it there, I think it would be helpful if, I know you've touched on issues around the cost recovery and the practical issues around ownership, the legal risks to council, enforcement stuff. You've highlighted a lot of the key concerns, but it would be helpful if they could be distilled very clearly for us as to what they might look like as amendments from your side. That's something we can look at as well.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I think Declan's point's very well made. This is an interesting piece of legislation. We think everybody wants to help the Minister, actually. So it's not even a combative piece of collaboration that needs to take place. Aoife?
Do you know what? I think mine is. I'm going to thank you for the oral briefing, because I think it's been very concise, and I actually think it has almost simplified to make it easier to understand the difficulties that there is. Look, Declan has already mentioned that although there has been engagement with the department, it's my reading of it that those concerns have been left unchanged, or very little changes have been made. So although it is welcomed, just the statutory guidance doesn't go far enough, and that's you know, I think you've made that very clear today. And although it's not common practice for yourselves and the legal teams, both from the council and from the department enforcement team and so on, the department have said it's not common practice, but that is not impossible. And you know, I'm wondering if that was to be made possible, that you did get into the room. I think that, though, you know, would I be right in saying that compromises could be come to, and that and that those concerns could be addressed, and hopefully then changes could be implemented?
The experts say yes.
Yeah. And I think just very specific here to the north, that you know, with the complex ownership kind of in and around that, you've highlighted the issues of unknown and complex ownership, which you know is prevalent here, and in the absence of clear mechanism in the bill, how would the council realistically proceed? Yeah, so I think that's very important. And I know, like, what we don't want, particularly from a rural area, I cover, like, my area is near in Armagh, but I live in South Armagh, which is predominantly a rural area, and we see time and time again where dilapidated buildings, particularly when they're dangerous, they can still lie for years and years, and in actual fact this is going to make it worse. Would that be a right observation? Would be correct? That this would delay it further because the councils will be reluctant to act upon based on that it's only statutory guidance.
Would you say worse, or no improvement on the 1800 legislation? Okay. What would you say?
It misses an opportunity. I think our current legislation is set in the 1800s. It is flawed. It's missing its gaps, and it's very difficult to work with. This, for councils, is an opportunity to bring, and we totally welcome this coming forward. But it's just still those gaps that aren't insurmountable, but just need to be worked through. Let's say with legislators who are good at drafting legislation, but taking on board our sort of real life experiences and how that would actually work out in reality. And if we can bring that together, then I think we have a good workable bill.
Thank you. Look, I think you have covered the rest of my questions in it. So yeah, go.
Just a point, if I mean the technical. Experts are here in terms of how this works out. I'm a councillor. Yourselves are MLAs, and the chair's already alluded, for instance, to buildings within the street where his office is. And we all want to see these having an impact on them. We will go into councils, we will speak to officials, we will say there is a building that is lying there that's dilapidated, that's dangerous, and if the council are inhibited in terms of being able to actually have a positive impact on that because of small technicalities contained within a bill that don't allow them to do it or don't move them on any further, then that's the real life scenario. And then if there is additional cost on the councils, we then know that falls with ourselves in terms of every year, whenever we're budgeting, whenever we're setting the rates, and whenever we're being told, no, we've actually had to do cost recovery in these areas, those areas of building control, which means we have additional costs. And that has an overall detrimental impact on everyone and all citizens. So that's just a real life view of it for me. We absolutely support it, but we want to get it 100% right.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aoife. John?
Thank you. I want to start just making a couple of points for me. Firstly, that I think perhaps the starting point has to be, and it's been, I think, clarified now better than at the start, that if existing legislation was working, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. The proposed bill wouldn't be in front of us, and those of us who are politicians wouldn't have spent so many hours, weeks and months of our political careers trying to deal with dangerous and dilapidated buildings which were a risk to the public. I think I also have to clarify that the subject of funding and resources is objective rather than subjective. The reality is, if councils ask for more powers, there may well be costs. Some of us could level, I don't call them charges, comments that large sums of money can be found for, say, match funded by government often. Putting in footpaths in town centres that don't even include sustainable drainage, and there doesn't seem to be any limit to costs to these types of things and superficial schemes to make things look better when footfall isn't there. My questions are trying to get to the technicalities. Firstly, I think I know the answer, but we need it on the record. I believe this question of having officials, representatives in NILGA, local government, in the room with the legal representatives and bill drafters. I'm assuming you've checked there's no legal conflict in any of that.
The advice we've been given is it's just not usual.
It's not usual, yeah, I
It's
picked
not
up on
usual,
that.
yes,
But
yes,
no
yes.
one has said
No,
there's
it's
any
just
conflict
unusual.
there.
That's what we've
So
been advised.
it doesn't
Not
mean
usual.
it couldn't happen, and it may well
Certainly, yes.
it may well help to close a few gaps that could become stumbling blocks. So yeah, that's clarified that, but you've checked that. The next one, I hope people don't mind me, and I don't mean to put building control people on the spot here, but look, I understand why we sometimes generalise about the worst case examples as if they were the norm on vacant properties, the most dangerous, the hardest to reach, the people who are not contactable, the owner that can't be traced. But do you have knowledge of what percentage of vacant properties that councils have had to deal with over the years have actually shown a problem in tracing the owner? Is it the majority of cases? I think it isn't, by the way. But I think we need to put context on this. That the probability is that the majority of cases pursued show that the owner can be traced and that action can be taken more swiftly than we might be led to believe if we concentrate only on the problems.
It would be in the minority, where you go through that process. That process actually of finding owners is quite expensive itself because you have to advertise in the paper. And in doing that it costs money, but it would be the minority. But that's not to say that where you identify an owner, we have to go through particular checks, because you can go into court and the judge may not accept that you've correctly identified who that person is.
Yeah, well, I'm only setting context, and I do realise that does not mean they're not problematic and costly. I accept that. And then the other one is just, again, to help shape our considerations here. Is there any figure or picture you can give, or picture you can paint around the number of properties that are deliberately vacant so that they're not rateable? Are there any assumptions drawn on that? I mean, I think I could identify some where the property is on the basic structures good enough, but it deliberately doesn't have a roof or have flooring or have windows, because then it will become rateable.
In terms of being rateable, if it's a domestic property, it would need to be getting toward a dilapidated state, as my understanding, before it would be taken out of the valuation list, because the rating of empty homes means that 100% rates are liable on that. Now, obviously, the roof comes off and other things, then it would be for LPS to make a judgment on that. In terms of commercial, vacant properties would pay 50% of the rate. So, yes, it could be that people leave properties vacant in order not to pay the full 100% of the rates. But I think it would come under the same realm as domestic if it was derelict or dilapidated. Okay. So there may be benefit for someone leaving their property in that state to benefit from not paying rates.
Yeah, but probably can't determine how many of those could be reached in this legislation in comparison to current legislation. They may well still be there and still be an issue.
Again, the legislation would deal with danger, so it would be removing the danger, not bringing it back into use, or removing the potential serious detriment, which again may affect the aesthetics on the outside, but may not do anything with the inside to bring it back into use. So bringing properties back into use actually is the ultimate end game, and that really is what stops the continual dereliction and dilapidation happening.
And of course, the charging of rates would then bring in some costs for the council, some income for the council as well. That's another reason why I'm asking this question. I'm trying to find a way to guarantee that more of those properties would be brought into the rating system if legislation like this was in place, and then there would be cost recovery in a different format.
I wonder, Chair, if that would be a good opportunity to pick up the resourcing point. So I think you're right, it spreads a kind of a number of areas. So in relation to that, we understand from the Minister that the hope and intent is that properties are brought back into rateable income. And if and councils would be very supportive of that, obviously. I think what we need to do is see the evidence behind those assumptions so that we can be assured that there is a potential income stream coming in for councils that allows us to manage sustainable finances in a council. And we haven't yet seen any evidence to suggest that that is the case. So if we could see that, that would be useful. I think tightening the bill down to proper thresholds, proper definitions, managing the cost recovery issues will go some way in tightening and potentially reducing financial exposure and legal risk to councils. So that will obviously have a small resourcing implication in the positive if we can tighten some of the definitions down. There remains actual costs of implementing this in terms of systems, training, potential additional staffing. But in the absence of having the full picture around what working assumptions are being made around the finances, bringing rateable income back in. And I think my colleagues at the last time we were here made the point that there is a bit of a gap potentially between addressing danger and dilapidation and a building actually being ready to be brought back into rateable use. So I don't know if you want to expand on that. You know, the two things are not necessarily directly the same, are they? There can sometimes be a gap.
Removing danger from a building, it could still be in a detrimental state. So you would, in assessing any building, you're going to have a look and see what is the actual issue. Is it dangerous? You remove the danger. Is it detrimental or seriously detrimental? You can take action on that. But it doesn't bring the building back into use. Whether it brings it to a point where LPS would view that and assess that in terms of the rateable value and whether they'd say rates are appropriate, that would be a conversation with LPS. But this legislation does not bring these buildings back into use, which is the ultimate aim, I think, to avoid it happening again, because even if you take action, they tend to fall back into the same state.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And Gareth?
Yeah, no, I think this process is the most useful out of all. I mean, we can clause by clause it, but I'm really reluctant to just go ahead with something that looks nice and is set before the Assembly, and the Assembly, oh, there's another bit of legislation passed if you guys aren't able to work it, and it's too costly to work or it's too complicated to work. So I think we do the whole country a disservice by doing that, and I'm too fresh out of ABC Council, and I know Tom very well, and put that on the record to hand him a poison chalice or something that isn't going to work. I don't think that helps anybody, you know, and I'm being really thick about that to put a country term on it. I think it's ridiculous that we haven't had more of this type of interaction. I'm not sure I'm willing to be educated on as to why we haven't had more of this type of interaction, because that's where I feel it's strongest. So I do feel, as John has said, I do feel we need you guys and the officials in, because there's one opportunity to get this right. And I can think of a couple of really good examples in ABC that were pure handlings to get resolved. I would like personally, from the technical end of things, for you guys to revisit those without naming them, but revisit them based on what's before you at the minute, and point out where this legislation won't address that or will address it, and give us a really good steer from your technical and professional experience in terms of how this new bill could address that in a much more streamlined fashion, because I do know that council were out of pocket to a fair extent dealing with them things, and that helps nobody. It doesn't help the ratepayer, and we're here because of the ratepayer as well. You know, councillors, as Councillor Garrett will know, councillors get the thick end of the wedge in terms of being blamed for a lot of things that councillors aren't responsible for. So there's an opportunity for that to happen again here whenever we're the primary legislators. So I'm really reluctant. I won't do it, and I'll stand in the Assembly and say it's bad legislation if this doesn't actually do what it sets out to do. So there's no point in doing. This is a monumental waste of time if you can't use it. And that's the bottom line. So get the officials here that need to be here, and let's make a bill that you guys can take away and work. That's my proposal, and officials should be here. There should be no technical disadvantage to them being here to create something that's actually going to benefit the public, because it is danger. So, I mean, we were in the situation where it's only the grace of God that somebody wasn't smothered by tons of rubble on a main street. That's the bottom line. So let's get this working. Let's create something that actually does work in a reasonable way, within a reasonable time frame, and doesn't set a whole goose chase, going that you can't find. It needs to work properly, is my view, and with an opportunity to do it, I don't see why we shouldn't take that opportunity to do it. Should it take another few months? Let's not fixate on a date. If it reaches into another mandate, it's better than dealing with, unworkable legislation, in my personal view.
Thanks, Gareth. Anybody else? Anything else before I wrap up with NILGA and building control? No? Okay. What I'm going to suggest is that we're going to communicate with you later on today, okay? There is a time pressure in this, and I alluded to a paper from you guys, and you don't need to write the amendments and stuff. What we do need you to do is, in a clause-by-clause basis, where you believe that change is possible, improvements needed, or if something needs to be omitted or not, we would need that by next week. Because we're on a tight time schedule here, and if you're here later on, you'll hear we're actually changing some of our forward work programme because of the importance of getting this bill done. So we'll be as explicit as we can, and thank you very much for the session today. It was very useful, but we are going to need that paper by next week to make good use of it and to try and include as much as what you can if we can agree on it. Is that okay? Yes. Anything else, Clerk, before we? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. Superb. Thank you. Okay. Okay, members. We're now going into agenda item 8, which is the Dilapidation Bill, informal, clause by clause, closed session. So, members, today we will continue.
Committee Room 21. Sound.
And if we wish to propose any amendments, I'd be requesting that we move into closed session for those discussions. Members, you have been provided with papers for this item, and I will only highlight a few of them as the remainder have been in our packs each week. However, I have the page numbers in front of me, should anyone need them. In the pack we have the deliberations table updated after the meeting on the 19th of March, starts at page 462, and the text I will cover in the closed session comes from that table. The Department's responses dated the 31st of March, the queries raised on the deliberations on the 19th of March, which page starts at page 492. The Department's response dated the 31st of March to the raised paper, scrutinising the key public person applications, which starts at page 497. The bill as introduced starting at page 512, the explanatory and financial memorandum starting at page 540. Don't need to do that. No, we don't. No. And the rest is included in the table. So members, we are now getting very, very close to our reporting date of the 15th of May, and due to the amount of work still to do in the bill, and I think that became evident today too with some stuff that we maybe were hearing for the first time, I would like to ask that you agree to postpone our visit on the 30th of April to the Seal Sanctuary in Portaferry and Portavogie. Myself and the clerk have discussed this and the need to keep the meeting at Stormont to facilitate the finalisation of where we can get to with this bill. I think we need to ensure we have no other distractions. If members are content, then we will write a letter of apology that we can't go to Portavogie on the 30th, and that we will seek an alternative date. Members content? Mm-hmm. Thank you for your support there, members. So, members, I welcome our bill official, Ovi and Glenda. We're in first name terms, is that okay? Who are predominantly working on this bill. So, members, I ask your agreement to move into closed session. For the session, we will then return to public session, and the officials will be available for any questions we wish to put to them after closed session. And just, members, before we do move into closed session, the first item on this closed session is a short briefing from Ryan Key from the Raise on his costings paper. Can be found on page 19 of table papers.
Committee Room 21. Sound. 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 Committee Room 21. signed. Committee Room 21, 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 signed. Committee Room 21. Sound. 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 Committee Room 21. Sound.
In public session, and we now have the bill officials back in with us, maybe to address some of the queries that were discussed in the closed session, and perhaps provide a brief that from the previous open session with NILGA and Building Control. And before I do invite you for your comments, gentlemen, I just want to make you aware of a couple of things that the committee have discussed in closed session and are going to put to you. So they're in regard to a potential for a review clause for the legislation, and whether the department would be open to considering that as an amendment that a clause that they would add, and also in regard to the financial effects which was discussed, was brought up in the previous session with NILGA and Building Control in terms of the EFM, whether something could be done, or whether you'd be open to doing something in that. And if not, then the committee, through the bill officials, are going to pursue those two pieces. So if you want to reflect your thoughts on that, give us an update of where you are, and also you feel free to reflect on any of the things you heard in the session with NILGA. And the other thing is, we're going to embark on one other piece of work where our bill officials are going to meet with Building Control in regard to some of the things they heard there, to better understand that for the committees, from a committee's perspective.
No problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, as you alluded to there, we were in the public gallery for the earlier session with NILGA. We can confirm, yes, we met on the 9th of April. It was a constructive meeting, and technically I think it's the third we've had with NILGA representatives since the end of February. We have committed to working with local government on the production of the draft statutory guidance in the coming months to accompany the bill, and that guidance will come into force at around the same time as the bill obviously becoming operational. We did pick up on a few of the points which I think, Chair, you already referenced about the Article 72 point, which we're proposed by way of a departmental amendment to address. In terms of the other issues, we have essentially addressed most of the issues now actually in writing with local government. It may just be that with the passage of time since last week's meeting that they just haven't had an opportunity to pick up on those yet. So they are with Building Control, and we considered the Irish and Scottish legislation as referenced at this morning's meeting. So we have reviewed that and provide comments back to NILGA. Yes, we will be happy to look at those couple of suggested points that you've brought up there, Chair, on the issue of a review clause, potentially something the Department could consider. However, I would just say that it's not necessarily the case that needs to be formalised. Very much the case that the Department can receive feedback from the councils in terms of how they find the bill is, or the act at that stage is being implemented, and any issues they might be encountering can always be relayed to the department on an ongoing basis, of course. In terms of the financial effects, yes, happy to consider potential changes to the explanatory financial memorandum. Obviously, it'll depend on exactly maybe what the wording would need to be to address those points. The department's position has very much been that the bill itself contains lots of new cost recovery provisions, or a strengthening and modernisation of those charges on land. There are fees for certain elements of the work, and of course the issue of fixed penalties that we've touched on. So there's a lot of stuff potentially could be picked up on there in the EFM. So yes, I note as well the intention to meet with Building Control for the bill officials, and we have ourselves some outstanding advice to consider from OLC, and once we've had the opportunity to review that, we'll be providing councils with a further update.
Just on the letter that you've shared probably more recently with NILGA, I'm not sure that we have sight of that. I don't think we do. Could we get a copy of that, just in terms of the updates that they may have?
Yes, I think the O'Donnell letter was sent yesterday, as far as I know.
Okay, problem. We'll be able to set that aside, and our bill officials did rightly pick up the fact that whilst obviously the committee can bring the department in, I think from my perspective, and I don't know where the members are on this, in terms of that review clause, I think it's much better if it's codified, and then it takes the risk away from it being something that may be done as opposed to must be done. I like the fact that it then is something that's there and reflected, and it's like a ready reckoner and a reminder. And helps to drive perhaps a wee bit of performance in that space if we get the wording of it right. Okay.
That letter's on its way.
No.
Yes.
Okay, letter's on its way. Cool. Okay. Members, I'm just going to be in your hands then, not at this stage, in terms of any questions, queries, clarification you receive. Just in regard to what you heard then from NILGA and the Building Control in particular, I suppose, in terms of their interpretation of where the legislation is and the risk, and that was slightly different. I'm going to be honest. From previous, there was more concern raised today. Do you share those concerns, or do you think that there is some more information that could be provided that would give clarity and confidence?
No, we wouldn't share the concerns as raised. So, for example, I think one of the issues which was raised was, as you say, the Article 72 point, which we've addressed. We've agreed that, just to be clear, of course, it's not that we're repealing Article 72, but it's around replicating similar wording in the bill, and we would be very happy to do that, to expand that definition of who can be asked to supply information. Certainly, one of the things that did come up was the issue around definitions, assessment levels, etc. And that again is something we've committed to working with the councils on. They've agreed at our meeting, although they didn't mention it this morning, to produce a matrix which would provide a sort of standardised assessment template. And the department's position would be that would form part of the statutory guidance. So that is something that we've agreed on, although as NILGA noted, we have the minutes of last week's meeting which have yet to be formally signed off. So, but that is currently in there as an action. There was an issue around the emergency action provision in the bill, which Building Control highlighted this morning. That seems to be a misunderstanding on the part of Building Control, and we have written to them last week to clarify that, but there's been no response. So, as far as we're concerned, that has been clarified and addressed. The appeal in the case of emergency action is not against the notice. So the works don't stop. The emergency action works commence, the council undertakes those works, and they do not stop as a result of the appeal. That differs from other parts of the bill where there's a notice issued and the appeal is against the notice in the bill, and then that potentially does stop the works until there's been a determination. So it is very much our case that the works do not stop. There is the specific issue around the councils picking up the costs, and the provisions that we have included under emergency action are the same provisions that are used in England. They're virtually identical without any issues. The point around fencing, I know it's quite a specific point that Building Control raised, but the word that was referenced is in relation to emergency action only. It's not fencing in general. It's a limitation in terms of removing the danger, the immediate danger, and therefore there's not the ability to continue recouping the costs of maybe maintaining the fencing. But you could do that by way simply of issuing a fresh notice. And so that issue's essentially taken care of. They did reference the flow chart in the guidance, which I know we're not necessarily here today to speak about the guidance, but the flow chart is from the best practice guidance on Section 215 of the Town and Country Planning Act. So that's where that's been lifted from, but we're happy, as I say,
the flow chart exists already. It's a lift. From
it is. It's a lift. Yes, exactly. The guidance for Northern Ireland is very much based on the guidance that is in place for Section 215 in England. So that's a straight lift, but very happy to amend that.
But one of the things that occurs to me perhaps is there was something I've read that says that there's no engagement with councils in England maybe to test the efficacy of perhaps even that, whether that there is issues with that flow chart. Would that be a fair question, that it's been lifted, but has there been any assessment on the efficacy of it?
Specific contacts to potentially feedback any information to us. We haven't received anything. The guidance itself relates to the 1990 Town and Country Planning Act, so it's been in place for 36 years. And that is the best practice guidance. So I assume it is pretty workable at this stage and is bedded in. I've just checked if any other key issues that were raised. No, I think just in terms of as you suggested, Chair, at the end of the meeting, that local government and NILGA would provide a clause-by-clause approach. That would be very helpful. That is something we've asked for before, but if we can get that, it would be very, very helpful, and that's something we could then obviously share with the draftsman. Yeah,
no problem. I think I look forward. I'm sure the members here look forward to that, because it's getting time critical now for each of us, and I think it'd be really good if we got that. There's one other question I have in terms of, have you had any update from HED on their proposed amendment to clause 4 that they were seeking, to interpretation of the term condition, I think?
Yes, that should be in the most recent letter. We have sent amendments to the draftsman yesterday afternoon. That's one of them, just to add in a bit about statutory heritage controls.
Okay. Yeah. I think the last thing for me was, I don't know if I picked up rightly or wrongly, that the discussion with NILGA and building control, it started to slide a wee bit into the regeneration piece, which is this isn't. It's not. I think that's the vagrancies of this, that there might be an ambition that people are perceiving that doesn't exist in this. It's not about that, and I think that we could maybe help you guys present it a wee bit better in that space, maybe. And I understand why people would get jumped to that, because unfortunately, and I don't think the Minister meant to do this, but he did do a video in my constituency, and it was going to change the face of a local town in my area, and I'm thinking, I'm not sure it's going to do that. And that's how people can make a different, could be accused of thinking, oh, this is going to transform our town centres, when actually, in fact, I think it has good purpose and intent, but we need to be very clear about what it's going to deliver.
Yes, I very much agree. The expectation would be that if the bill ultimately is adequately enforced, it will have spin-off benefits around regeneration, but its key purpose is to tackle the issue of local amenity, local environment quality.
Yeah, and just in terms of that clarity piece, again, it's the council will still retain the ability to determine whether something is a reduction in amenity or not, or a loss of amenity.
Absolutely,
yeah. And that power still resides with them. Which is why I think, again, the review clause is so important here, to extract the maximum amount of value of this piece of legislation. Members, I'm now in your hands in regard to anything that you want to ask. Okay. We okay? Yeah. We're good?
Good for now.
Well done. Okay, members, thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Excellent. Thank you.
Chair, I'm just wondering...
Do you need to finish this one out? Are we okay?
No, I think we're okay. We're moving into agenda item 10 now, so not number 11. But I'm wondering, should we take 5 minutes to race through everything else?
Okay.
Which we can do, because you can just say three things, you have all the information, and you can list the titles of them. And say, yeah, but you can just read that really quick.
Okay. Right, members, going to
ask for that, and then we can give the officials the rest of the time.
Okay.
To quote the two.
Members, I'm just going to ask for your indulgence, because we are running out of time, is that we are going to come back to agenda item 10, if that's okay. I'm going to skip to agenda item 11, go through the business that we have there, and then bring the officials in for agenda item 10, which will be the last item then, and it'll mean we'll have a more controlled piece of time, and they'll understand better, so we'll not be rushing them, so they'll get the bulk of our time. So I'm going to read through this, guys. Please do stop me if there's any queries, questions, or anything you want to address. Agenda item 11 is the SL1, the sheep carcass classification, price report and regulations. So the following documents are in your pack. The clerk's scrutiny memo starting on page 913, dated 20th March, but should be dated 16th of April. As it's been updated, the clerk's scrutiny memo dated 23rd of February, page 917. Copy of the SL1 letter dated 15th of January, starting at page 920. Copy of the SR and explanatory memorandum starting at page 928. Members, you'll recall that the SL1 was submitted to the committee on the 15th of January, and then on the 26th of February. We were briefed by officials and heard the department intends to make the SR under the affirmative procedure to introduce mandatory sheep carcass classification and price report in Northern Ireland. We considered the correspondence from NIMEA regarding unintended consequences. The SR put some of these to officials on the 26th of February. Then on the 26th of March, we took evidence from NIMEA and other producers and sector members. Following on from the evidence we have heard, we need to bear in mind that the SL1 stage is the last opportunity for the committee to influence the policy approach. The Assembly debate was to be scheduled for the 20th of April. However, we have been notified it's been rescheduled for the 19th of May. That's very helpful, in part due to the committee's additional evidence, as officials felt it would be best to postpone until the committee's position was clearer. So members, are members content that you have now had sufficient information to make a formal decision on the SR, or do you wish to hear from officials on the back of the NIMEA briefing before Easter? Before I put the question. I know we're running out of time.
Well, if there was time to get it,
we are. This is we're now getting into we're going to be. This is just going to come in on the top of. So there's either bring officials in. Do you want to invite anyone else in before we make a final decision on the SR, or does the committee agree to the draft SR? It was a pretty good session with NIMEA, to be fair.
Chair, there were issues raised.
Yeah.
Apologies, that was the meeting that we had
Well,
4 members at before Easter, so there was only 4 people heard.
What I would suggest is, having got the briefing from them, I think there was enough in it for the sake of a bit of clarification around the issues raised with departmental officials. That would add maybe 30 minutes to a committee meeting between now and then. I think it'd be useful to have, if members are content with that. Obviously it's pitching into our time, but I think there was enough raised in that meeting to get clarification from departmental officials, because we aren't going to have any other opportunities to amend or to make any real authoritative comment. Would you be content with that then, members? Yep. Yeah. I know it's just building in, but what else can we do? Yeah.
Chair, I'm pretty clear from what we heard from industry that there are significant issues there in relation to the SL1. I'm happy to hear from officials.
But you know
I know what my position is, but I'm also clear, I think, that it probably would be useful for members to do a factory visit as well at some point if they're up to it.
Or the 20th of May.
Given the discussions that we've had earlier today, I think that's probably unlikely, but I do think it would be useful.
For me, the big part about it was the market implications. There was the potential for it to have direct market implications because of how a carcass is dressed and the weight classifications and so on. So there was so I'm going to suggest that certainly in the earlier instance we hear from officials and they will have that from our committee report in terms of those issues that were raised from 9 May. They're probably well aware of them. Where they get confidence, clarity from them.
They did offer to come back after I heard from them anyway.
Okay, then we'll ask them to come back and we'll not put the question. Members, if you're content. Michelle has a position there about maybe visiting the factory. I think I'd be happy to do it if we could find the time. So we could look at options for that, and if it fits in, fine, because it's a useful option, but it may not be possible.
Realistically, Chair, it's unlikely.
It's unlikely. If it was likely, it probably wouldn't be on a committee day. I would suggest it would be on another day. Okay, we'll look at options for that. Any particular factories?
We can have that discussion.
Okay. Look at that. Okay. All right, we're not going to put the question. Thank you, members. We're going to get officials back for that. Okay. Then agenda item 12 is the SL1, the cattle identification number 2 amendment regulations. The department intends to make the SR under the negative resolution procedure to introduce minor technical amendments to existing domestic cattle identification legislation to enable the voluntary implementation of electronic identification of cattle in Northern Ireland. You will recall we considered a written briefing on this matter on the 11th of December 2025 outlining the benefits of EID and on proposals to introduce voluntary EID from July 2026. The department also advised that mandatory EID is proposed for 2027 subject to the outcome of public consultation, which closed on the 23rd of February and will require further legislation. Refer to the following documents in your main pack. Senior Assistant Clerk's Memo 13th of April and 956, the copy of the explanatory memorandum, page 958, SL1 letter dated 15th of January at 961, and a copy of the SR starting at page 966. As per the new process, you will not be asked to decide today about the policy merit of this proposed SR. Officials are scheduled to brief the committee on the 14th of May. We will simply note that we have received the SL1 and that our minimum 4-week process has commenced. So members, I ask you to note receipt of the SL1, proposed SR, and that these will be published as part of the call for evidence on the proposal. Agreed? Thank you. I asked you to agree to consider the policy detail of the SL1 at the meeting on the 14th of May, and we will be briefed by officials after we have conducted and analysed responses to our citizen space survey. Are you agreed? Thank you. Are you content that a briefing from the officials therefore not necessary at this stage? Members content? Thank you, members. Agenda item 13, Departmental Written Briefing. Annual uplift on the marine licensing fees. Refer to page 969 of the pack for the Department Written Briefing detailing a rise in marine licensing fees of 2.94% for the financial year 26-27. A copy of the marine licensing application fees starts at page 972. DARE is the marine licensing authority for Northern Ireland inshore region of 0 to 12 nautical miles, and licensing fees are set out in the Marine Licensing Application Fees Regulations Northern 2011 for activities such as construction, dredging and marine renewable energy installations. The regulations set out a requirement to vary fees annually, taking into account inflation based at the GDP index, which is for 25-26 and that 2.94%. The briefing also sets out the position regarding marine licence fees in the rest of the UK and the Republic of Ireland. The updated fee tables will be published on the marine licensing section of the DARE website. Have you any comments? Content to note, if you can catch that. Agenda 14, Departmental Written Briefing, publication of Plastic Pollution Plan for Northern Ireland, written consultation, refer you to page 979 of the pack. For the Departmental Written Briefing, the Plastic Pollution Plan for Northern Ireland, PPP, NI, aims to collate the targets incorporated in existing policies and strategies and also actions that will contribute to a reduction in plastic pollution. 12-week consultation ended on 24th of September 2025 and received 71 responses, with 73% of those being receptive to the proposed objectives and actions. It did highlight a lack of awareness of the cumulative impact of these actions and strengthen the need for an overarching, easily accessible document to encourage public buy-in. Okay. Yeah, once the plan has been finalised later this year, the committee will be provided with further update. If you have any comments, you can tend to note. Okay, agenda item 15, written Departmental Written Briefing, consultation report on the draft climate action plan 23-27, refer you to page 983 of the pack. The Department Written Briefing, providing an update in response to the climate action plan consultation and detail on the next steps. 16-week consultation in the draft, which included 30 stakeholders, closed on the 8th of October 2025 with a total of 224 responses. The findings set out the summary of responses, document Annex A, starting page 985 of the pack. The Department is now working to incorporate the key findings from the consultation in the Climate Action Plan, which will be published subject to executive approval. The committee will be provided with updates in due course. If you have any comments, you can tend to know. Okay, so...
Sorry, see with the correspondence, just say...
It's all in the back.
And members agree with the correspondence memo, and if there's any items they wish to discuss,
okay,
can bring them back next
obviously with being off in recess, guys, there's a number of items of correspondence in your packs. They are in, you've had them there to view. Can I just ask, are there any that you would like to highlight at this stage, or you content to note them? If there's anything else, you can absolutely have the right to return to them as well.
Just note the actions in the memo. Note the actions.
Do you want these ones?
No. Just ask them to agree what actions we've put in the correspondence memo. Thank you.
As the clerk has outlined, just there are a number of actions that are included in the memo, guys, that have asked for your permission that those are actions, yes?
Sure, just quickly for me, we're on correspondence, aren't we?
Yep.
Just in relation to, I seen it carried in the news yesterday, the local news, the judicial review outcome between Belfast City Council, Fermanagh and OMA and the department. Where does that sit at the minute now with us as a committee? I read the press statement yesterday from the Minister, and the department anyway seemed to indicate that the decision was going to be referred, or the policy decision was going to be referred to the Committee for Scrutiny.
Sorry,
are you talking about item 16.4, or are you talking about something that's new in the news?
Update on departmental
funding
for
it's in on the
16.4?
Non-farmed animal welfare.
Page 1107.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's the chair of the departmental funding for council non-farmed animal welfare. Okay.
Well, I'm in your hands in terms of if you want. So I'll go through this one and then we can take an action from the committee if you like. Okay. So, guys, this is on page 1107, a correspondence from the department which came in 27th of March, providing an update on the departmental funding for council delivered non-farmed animal welfare enforcement. Due to budgetary pressures, funding from the 23-24 financial year was stopped, prompting Fermanagh and OMA District Council and Belfast City Council to commence judicial review proceedings, which concluded that the department was not obligated to provide funding for these services. However, it found that the department must give advance notice to the committee any decision in respect of funding for the financial year 26-27 and must notify councils once it has done so. The department states that due to budget pressure, it is unlikely it will be able to provide funding for these services for the 26-27 financial year and does not intend to provide it. So obviously their action is...
That's their notice.
Yeah. So the second part is that they've done it for the year coming, but they didn't do it for the year before, and they've now been found that they have to inform the committee if that is the case. So, I mean, we could write to the department notifying them of... We've received that from them, obviously, so we can respond to that. Is there anything specifically that you want to add to it?
And again, I'm scrolling through it here. So I suppose the action now, it goes back to the department. They will most likely come back to us after the budget has been thrashed out.
Well, they've already indicated then that there's no money, I suppose, for 26-27, but again, I mean, there's no reason why we can't ask questions around that anyway, you know, as to further explanation as to why that budgetary line has changed.
That's okay, yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that, just right.
I could ask why they're deciding now that we can't provide it when the budget's not funded.
It's a good question. That they're giving us the instruction that it's not going to be there, but we haven't seen the full budget.
Or even in the sense that have the department made a bid in the in
the financial rounds for it? Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. Thanks for that, Anya. Everybody, are you content then in terms of the rest of the correspondence to be actioned as noted? Okay. Thank you. And then, let me see. So we're now going to move on to. I'm going to just ask you guys then in regards to the forward work programme. So on page 83 of tabled papers, obviously that is as printed, and now a number of things that just maybe have to be altered for next week and that. But if you're agreed it is accurate as it is there, we can publish it. It doesn't cover as much detail as usual, as the clerk is waiting for confirmation from the department for items in May and June, and as has been seen, there's more things being added even today. Okay, members, I will ask this question before I bring officials to the table. Is there any other business that you want to discuss after we go back to agenda item 10? No. Yes.
Chair, just in relation to obviously issues around fuel and the implications that's having on particularly a number of the industries that we would represent from this committee, particularly the farming community and also the fishing community, and obviously some are expressing their frustration as we're aware. I was just wondering whether there's anything that we could do as a committee even in making representation in relation to fuel costs, and I know that others are doing that, particularly Deputy First Minister, and I know that the Minister himself has obviously indicated his frustrations as well with government, and I was just wondering as a committee if that's something that maybe we would want to lend our support to.
Yeah, I think so. So the meeting that we've agreed to on the 28th with the Committee for the Economy, I think is specifically in and around that, so that part of it is with us, because obviously it's that agriculture piece you've pointed out, the marine, the fisheries, the cost of fuel, which is impacting right across the agri, the haulage, but also there are things that we're unsighted to, I think, with just the supply lines that are being affected as well with regard to the ongoing wrestling in the Straits of Hormuz. So that's what the purpose of that meeting is on the 28th. But if there's anything specifically in the meantime in terms of even gathering evidence for that, we're asking a question, but I think certainly the lines of communication to me, people are communicating quite well in regard to their specific pieces. But if there's anything specific that you want to bring to that, maybe? I just think, given the fact that that meeting is until the 28th and we're sitting on the 16th, and there is growing frustration, and we see that now on a daily basis, that just as a committee, I think in our own right, it might be useful for us to write to either through to obviously to the Minister in the first instance, but also maybe to UKG. Yeah, we could do that. The Minister was on the radio this week, and he did say that he was the executive and he were of one voice in regard to tackling that because this is a VAT, a taxation issue on the fuel primarily. I suppose that's the only lever that we've got, because we can't affect what's happening in the Middle East. But I agree. We're happy enough. Then we'll do that. Do a letter then. In terms of the full endorsement of the committee in regard to the pressures that are being faced, and leaving ourselves open and available for assistance. And also, I think it'd be useful to make them aware of the fact that we've asked for that meeting on the 20th with the committee, because we often criticise departments and ministers for not doing that cross-cutting work when we are quite capable of doing something like that ourselves. Yeah.
Yes, we've agreed to ask Economy to attend an informal roundtable discussion with this committee. Yeah.
Sure, to be fair, I think sort of talking amongst ourselves isn't going to actually do anything either. I think we just need to do that sort of external piece of communication as well, and just showing support for the industries that we represent in this committee. We could certainly highlight the fact that we've had the discussion today and what our actions are going to be. Again, I think you're right, except it is limited in what we can do. And I think we all recognise that, but at the same time, I think we still need to be seen to be trying to do something.
In addition, Chair, we have and have no qualms whatsoever in representing the sectors that regularly engage with this committee. But it might also be worth pointing out the rural affairs aspect of this committee and the department, and the fact that we have people in our rural areas working on minimum wage, providing care and doing other things who have also been massively impacted by, in the first instance, fuel costs, and secondly, protests in relation to getting to work.
It's the first place it hits, yeah.
And looking after others. But rural dwellers are proportionately more impacted, especially those who are already facing difficulties in the cost of living crisis.
Even more reliant on oil in the rural areas, isn't that right? Yeah, Declan?
Yeah, I think both suggestions are excellent, and I think we should be making representation as a committee ourselves. Like my note, for example, like the executive they had reached out to the Secretary of State, for example, to highlight the issues here, and I think we should be doing the same in line with what Michelle suggests there.
Okay.
We should be reaching out against to reflect all of the issues that affect rural communities, and indeed the likes of my area and on you as well, very, very dispersed, widely dispersed rural areas, a big impact on the agri-food sector, but also on carers, who have to travel around looking after domiciliary care workers, and that, so it's a big impact.
Yeah, community people, anybody who works in the community who's providing. Yeah, okay. So, could you, Clark, just reflect that for confidence for everybody that everybody knows who it is we're contacting, what we're saying.
Well, I have noted a letter to the Minister and to the UK government. Who particularly don't write?
You suggest the Secretary of State?
UKG, so Secretary of State and Prime Minister.
So that's our gateway, I suppose.
Okay.
Yep.
And just to reflect discussions today that we've agreed to host or ask the Economy Committee to an informal meeting as a starting point to discussing the issues that highlight the big impact on rural areas of these both protests.
As Michelle rightly
and
points out, it's raising the issue, but also demonstrating that we actually do care, and we're going to try everything that we can.
And that's a starting point.
It's a starting point,
the informal meeting. Yeah.
But it's rightly pointed out in terms of that impact rurally, that there's a disproportionate impact. So
it's all part of this, the sectoral impact, the supply impact from the sector, and then the day-to-day impact for rural dwellers.
I'm not sure we need to include that we're having a conversation with the Economy Committee, because I'm sure that's not relevant. I think
I think it's okay, because as you said, Michelle, it's about demonstrating publicly the things that we're doing. And you may not think it's relevant. I think it's of value, because I think it's another action of what we're doing. But I don't mind either way. I'm not going to ditch about it. Leave it out. Keep it in. Any issue? Happy enough to keep it in?
What about keeping it?
Just putting the letter about the additional meeting we're having with the Economy Committee, just because we're blinded to some of that stuff. They will have also have sight of things that are being impacted, supply chains and things like that. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, we now go back to agenda item 10.
And we have literally 25 minutes. Okay.
You guys are very lucky today, because we're time limited now. You guys will not make that mistake again.
We literally get cut off at 1:45. Okay.
All right, members, departmental oral evidence session update on the crisis framework. I refer you to page 885 for the briefing paper providing detail on the policy proposals for a crisis framework within the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. Now welcome the following officials to the meeting and invite them to brief the committee. George Moffat, Acting Director of Agricultural Policy Division, and
Deputy Director.
Deputy Director, but you're definitely not Emma McCarter.
Oh, sorry, I meant to change that.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I looked up 3 times. Richard, have you anything to tell us?
Apologies, that was changed very late on.
Richard, thank you. You are very welcome. And you're the head of Branch Farm System. No, you're not. What is your role?
Director of Ag Policy.
Well, there you okay. I'll scribble all that out. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, feel free to brief the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and members, for the opportunity to present here the Department's proposals for the crisis framework for the agriculture sector. I'm Richard Johnston, the Director of Agricultural Policy in DERA, and to my right is George Moffat, the Deputy Director of Agricultural Policy in the Department. So, in terms of background, resilience is key in agriculture, as the sector is particularly prone to uncertainty, which can arise from issues such as fluctuating input costs, as we've seen and discussed earlier, and farm gate prices, extreme weather events, animal and crop diseases, changes in international trading patterns and geopolitical shocks. As volatility in prices and farm incomes is a feature of the sector, risk management for farmers is critically important, and planning to manage the impact of market disturbances and other setbacks should become a more prominent feature of farming. Therefore, moving forward, it is important for farm businesses to place much greater certainty, a much greater focus on business planning and risk mitigation strategies. Additionally, the impact of climate change is concerning for farmers, and climate risks must also be managed. The Sustainable Agriculture Programme supports this by encouraging farm businesses to better manage risk within their own businesses. This will require new knowledge in many instances, and that will be provided through the knowledge measures within SAP. Members will be aware that the Farm Sustainability Payment, FSP, is a very significant resilience support and payment to farmers, and that is aimed to help businesses withstand shocks that are beyond their ability to manage effectively by providing a safety net. For those more extreme events, which may require government to step in to help stabilise the industry, a pre-defined crisis framework will help the Department to assess potential risks and determine the most suitable form of intervention. In terms of the consultation, back in 21-22, the following 3 high-level principles for a crisis framework were identified. Firstly, in terms of thresholds, farmers will be required to do as much as they can to build resilience into business practices. Government action will only be considered at certain trigger points or beyond a threshold where there is no immediate prospect of the market to recover or adapt without intervention. Secondly, it will be targeted. If intervention is required, it must be targeted in a way with consideration given to the extent to which the whole or only part of the sector is impacted. And thirdly, temporary. Any intervention must be temporary. If it goes beyond this period, it could be classed as a market realignment rather than a disturbance. An intervention may not be appropriate or should cease in this circumstance. Following this consultation, it was announced in the policy decisions in March 2022 that the Department would proceed to develop a crisis framework in line with these 3 principles. In terms of the policy proposals, the objective of the proposed crisis framework that I'm setting out for you today is to provide a structured, predefined approach for the assessment of need for government intervention, which can be implemented following the identification of a crisis impacting the agriculture sector. The proposed framework will enable the Department to assess the risks quickly and determine the most appropriate measures to stabilise the industry. This will help to ensure timely, consistent and an effective response. The framework is intended to enable consistency and fairness by applying clear criteria and processes and ensure equitable treatment of businesses across the sector. It will provide transparency and clarity on government actions during a crisis to maintain confidence in the sector and to support the sector's recovery and strengthen long-term resilience. There are proposed indicator or trigger points which will be key to identifying the definition of a crisis when they occur. So these include a fall in market price in a particular sector outside the range of normal market fluctuations as typically assessed by a comparison with the calculated maximum, minimum and average prices over the last 5-year period. And secondly, a fall in income, either at sector or aggregate level, of at least 20% when compared to the most recent 5-year average. This aligns to the EU thresholds. It is important to note that these indicators are trigger points for further investigating whether the changes to prices or incomes are at a crisis and that is threatening the viability of otherwise viable businesses. They do not and should not automatically trigger government intervention, and neither does failure to reach these thresholds necessarily preclude government intervention. Their purpose is solely to provide an indication that a sector may be in difficulty and consequently needs close monitoring and perhaps support. The high-level principles of thresholds being targeted and temporary have been supplemented with another number of further points which are set out in Annex A to the crisis framework in the briefing material that we've provided to the committee. It should be noted that a crisis framework does not guarantee direct producer support, but rather it opens the door for further discussion and analysis. Insurable losses will not be covered, and support will not be provided to those who do not adopt risk management or use unsustainable practice. In terms of the crisis working group, a key part of the crisis framework is the establishment of a crisis working group. Okay. It's proposed that a group would be stood up by the head of Food, Farming and Rural Affairs Group, FRAG, and that's currently Martin McKendry, following the identification of an impending crisis. In making this decision, the head of FRAG would consider the signals from the impending crisis from the UK Agricultural Market Monitoring Group or a more localised crisis raised by industry stakeholders. This group will be supported by a crisis stakeholder group, which will be established at the time of the crisis to assist with handling of the crisis or decision making, and then it will be stood down once the crisis ends. The remit of the crisis working group is to assess and determine the extent of the crisis, identify the most suitable mitigating interventions, if any, using information, data and analysis and expertise and legislation available at that time. Any recommendations on interventions may range from non-financial, i.e. knowledge and advice, to financial, i.e. targeted support, if the need. And if the need for financial support is identified, the level of funding required for each scheme will be determined and submitted as a bid at the scheme design stage. In terms of stakeholder engagement, the crisis framework that I've outlined here was presented and discussed by the Agriculture Policy Stakeholder Group earlier this year. Members of that group were broadly content with the proposals and will have sight of the framework document once it's been developed. In terms of legislation, the proposed DERA crisis framework is an administrative procedure and therefore does not require an additional statutory rule to give it legal effect. If intervention under the crisis framework is deemed necessary, there is some existing primary legislation available to DERA to administer the crisis schemes, if and when needed. A statutory rule will, however, be required for each scheme using the available primary legislation. In terms of next steps, the Department now intends to move forward with the development of a full crisis framework, building on the proposals outlined here. I hope you find this overview of the crisis framework for the agriculture helpful and informative, and we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that, Richard. Your use of equations in the additional paper is extraordinary. It's really good, but I wish I'd have paid more attention in school and at maths. But so obviously we can't ignore the elephant in the room, because there's obviously a significant geopolitical event at the moment, which is the Middle East conflict. So what has been developed? Some of it's already been outlined, but to determine between normal market volatility and then extraordinary shocks which are caused by things like whether it's the invasion of Ukraine or now this Middle Eastern one. And specifically, I suppose, what timeframes will be used to indicate that price volatility that would maybe trigger one of the points?
Yeah, so I suppose as I outlined in the briefing, there's two areas we would use as trigger points, either input costs and information coming out of the UK Marketing and Monitoring Group, and that's very much good at pinpointing how costs have changed and the impact they're having on different sectors. We also want to look at farm incomes, and again looking at that over a period of time just to see how that particular point in time, what impact that is having on incomes. So at this point in time, I suppose we have our FSP, which is out for application at the minute. That is a resilience payment going forward, and that will help businesses manage and prepare for these external shocks. But we will and we'll monitor things as they're ongoing at the minute, and if needs be, start to pull together that crisis working group then to see what else needs to be done.
The existing money that are being paid out is to deal with the normal price volatility of the market and those type of things. So, has there been any financial assessment done of if there was a critical event, what that would be and where it would come from?
Not at this point in time. I suppose part of the remit of this framework will be to, I suppose, kick off that work when a crisis is identified, to essentially then look at what impact it's having on the sector, what is the intervention that's needed, be it knowledge, be it advice, or be it financial support. And then if it's deemed that financial support, that would obviously have to be considered through the normal business case process, value for money aspects, and then a bid made at that time for finances to deliver the funding. But the purpose really of having the framework is to enable, I suppose, different officials to come together very quickly to enable that investigation to be done quite quickly.
How much of this will be a common framework with other UK regions, or is it going to be, is each region going to have their bespoke?
It'll be bespoke to Northern Ireland. Different regions in the UK are having their own and developing their own frameworks. Will be similar, but this is unique to Northern Ireland.
Has any of the regions quantified anything in terms of that fiscal?
Not yet, not that we're aware of.
And did I read, and this is my final question, and did I read correctly then that the EU have a fund of around €430 million set aside, but that's their total pot for their member nations, so...
At a point in time, and then again, I suppose depending on what issues arise, they will look for additional funds if that can be made available.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, Declan.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the welcome progress in this. That obviously you'll be very aware that the agri-food sector is very exposed to crises. You know, should that be climate, natural, geopolitical, whatever. What's the current mechanisms for responding to crises?
Really, it's been as and if something arises, and either there's evidence coming out of the UK as a whole, out of Ireland, or coming through our own stakeholders, and really that's then I suppose the trigger point. The purpose of the framework now is really to have that a mechanism in place that we can forward scan, horizon scan, look for things coming, and then be ready to deal with it when something emerges.
Mm. And I know that one of the central planks of the SAP is the farm sustainability payment. And I know from speaking to farmers that they're concerned that been, cuts have been commented to fund other schemes, for example. Would you agree that it's absolutely essential to keep that safety net there, because to help farmers deal with those shocks when they emerge?
Yeah, I think it's key to keep FSP in place and to secure that budget, because if you look at the conditionalities that come in through the beef schemes, etc., bringing together that sustainability as well as having the beef supports there, the key anchor for all of those supports is in fact FSP.
And finally, see the working group and the stakeholder group. Well, as a working group in the department, and then the stakeholder group obviously as stakeholders, have you identified who the stakeholders would be included in that group?
Yeah, it could be different for different crises. So if you had a big sector issue, or you had a horticulture issue, you would stand up the appropriate people from those sectors. But within the department, it's pretty clear who the individuals are. So in terms of, say, the economists, the IT individuals, and the policy individuals as well. So that's a pretty sort of well formalised group. But we could also bring in, say, officials from NIA if required.
On the stakeholder one, I think we have the established agriculture policy stakeholder group would be, I suppose, our starting point, and then identifying from within that what other sector reps we need to bring in as well.
I'd say I just want to welcome it, because I can't think of a sector that is so exposed to shocks, so even unpredictable shocks that affect the farmyard. Things can happen, or say the world impacts on the farmyard. So it's important, I think, that the department has this crisis intervention framework and can react and respond quickly whenever crises do emerge. Thank you.
Thank you, Declan. Michelle?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Obviously, this has been long anticipated, and you know that I have been in contact with you directly in relation to what are considered crises within particular sectors, and some of them will probably be quite niche. So therefore, I do become concerned then in relation to some of the thresholds that have been put in place, particularly whenever you're saying, well, we're going to have to look at market price fall and fall in income and so on. Whenever sometimes, the crisis is kind of quite immediate and it can be felt by a particular sector. And I'm thinking particularly in relation to potatoes and vegetable sector, which is quite small in Northern Ireland, as you'll appreciate. And we did have conversations a couple of years ago around sort of that heavy storm, and we were given a certain amount of hope, and then obviously it fell down in relation to what's perceived to be value for money. So my concern really will be around the definition really of a crisis and how quickly there is action taken. And I know in the last few weeks, again, I'd had the conversation, we'd reached out with regards to weather and the impact that was having. And I know there was an offer of a conversation to be had with the sector, and to be honest, then they just said, look, what's the point? Because we're going to kind of go around in circles, and we're not going to achieve anything. So, while I suppose you need a framework in place, you need to make sure that the framework actually works for those who are going to need it. And and it's not going to necessarily be the dairy sector that are it's going to be the smaller sort of groups that are going to probably need, that support's actually going to need to mean something to them, and much quicker than the department has been able to action to date.
I think standing up, having the formalised crisis framework enables all of the mechanisms and the people to be in the right place at the right time when it needs to be stood up pretty quickly. In terms of data, that is a fair point, because quite often the crises can move ahead of the data, and it can be quite challenging to get accurate evidence in time to build that policy. But there is flexibility. The definition, the minus 20%, comes from the EU definition. So that's where that level has come from, but it doesn't preclude, as it says in the briefing, if there are other significant events that maybe don't just reach that level, that the department still has the flexibility to look at that. So there will be a flexible and intelligent approach to defining what a crisis is and how we actually intervene. But the key here is to try and do this at pace, as opposed to take time to stand.
And I suppose it is about how quick you can be responsive to the industry at the particular time. And obviously you've talked about this being sort of for the agriculture sector. I want to talk about the fishing industry as well, and just where will a similar mechanism be in place for them?
That doesn't sit within our remit, but it's something we'll take back to the relevant teams.
Because again, that's an industry that can actually be impacted very quickly by storms or whatever particular incidents. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, anyone else with any questions?
Yeah, I have indicated, Chair.
You did, John, and your name's here, I didn't see it.
Here, okay. I thought the hunt was kicking in there for a moment. The question I was going to ask, we've kind of touched on this, but thanks both of you for the presentation and for your work on this, as Michelle said there. You've got the crisis working group, and then there's a stakeholder group separate to that as well. I take it at least the stakeholder group, or perhaps arrangements more broadly, will be crisis specific, and therefore depending on which sectors affected most and what the type of crisis is, membership of those things could be changed, and might even be a situation where you have either two streams to the stakeholder group or two separate stakeholder groups working at one time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we'd start off initially with our ag policy stakeholder group and identify through them who the most appropriate people then we'd bring together, either to join that or to pull into a smaller group purely focused on the crisis.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Anything else, members, at this stage? No. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your briefing, gentlemen, and I'm sure we'll look forward to hearing more in the future as this develops. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, if I can find my final page, then the date and time and place of the next meeting will be Tuesday the 21st of April in the Senate chamber at 10 a.m. Although we do have a concurrent meeting on Tuesday. Was that Tuesday? Did I say Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday 21st, that's all right. Tuesday 21st, okay. At 10 a.m, okay? Content?
Consultation forum, was it?
Sorry?
Yes.
That's Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, yes.
Tuesday 21st. Okay, members? Tuesday 21st, next meeting, 10 a.m.
We get notified about that? We get notified about it?
I've got to get a wee diary. We can get a wee diary invite. Okay, members?
Cheers, thanks.
Okay, meeting's now concluded. Thank you very much.
Committee Room 21. Sound. Committee Room 21. Sound. Committee Room 21. Sound. Committee Room 21. Sound.